Too bad I can't have this song playing, because it would be awesome with this intro. It'd be really good. It'd be an awesome intro with that song playing. Be good.
Nova! Accessing total Nova force! Spider-Man!
Does whatever.
So, what are we blowing up here, Cap?
Annihilus' fleets. They're in stationary orbit. We need to activate Hala's defense system first.
As long as we blow up something.
Star power! Meteor fist! Star power! Blue blazes! Star power! Photon blast!
You only hit him sometimes. Don't hit him all the time. Or why? You only get partial hit. Oh,
Okay, I'm close enough to activate
I
the
missed that
console.
recharge.
Boot up the whole crew tagging system.
Roger that.
Blue blazes! The photon charges are low. It stops the human rocket! Star power! Yeah. Star power!
thank you all for putting me back into command. Be warned, the system countermeasures have been activated. You'll be deemed intruders. Leave now.
Oh, that ain't good at all.
Don't make us regret it, Supreme Intelligence, or we'll be back.
Captain, I reassure you, I only act in the best interest of the Kree people.
We are the Kree Empire right now.
Blue blazes.
Hurts.
Rocket punch.
Supreme Intelligence! How smart can it be? It can't even turn off the security system!
The title seems underwhelming right about now.
Charged up. Star power. Charged up.
I just want to get it. Oh my god, they keep fucking grabbing me.
Solar flare.
Beam in, Nova.
Nova B.
Right.
Nova force. Yeah. Blue blazes. Star power. Supernova. Charged up. Blue blazes. Star power. Photon blast.
Come on, man.
Nightmare flash.
Block really don't work.
Meteor fist. Nova block.
Web cartridges are running low. Give him a 10, Nova.
Nova force. Centurion down.
Hey, look! Webs!
Of course.
Can't give up.
Come on, dude. It's irritating. It gets really irritating. Are we serious? No. Yep. Yeah, we're not. This isn't. I want to be the guy. This isn't like. This isn't an arcade game. There's no difficulty selector. But yet I die at the boss, get sent back to the mission. Select screen. Like, what kind of game is that? I paid $40 for this. $40 to be... and this is the problem with some games like this. You're just negative. You lost and you're negative. No. This is the issue. With a game like this, you're telling me it costs $40 for a seemingly like an 8-hour game. You're saying the amount of time and effort you put into this game requires people to spend $40 on it for about 8 hours of total gameplay, minus the things like that. Like, you really expect players to buy this game? Like, and take me out of the equation because I buy things that I like in nostalgia. I was a huge arcade gamer, so yeah, I'm gonna flock to games like this. It brings back the old arcade style. But you will not get new players who buy a game like this, especially when they do the whole level, get to the boss, die to the boss over dumb shit, because again, there's only like 3 instances in the entire boss fight that you actually get opportunities to deal significant damage. The rest of it, it's just attacking, get hit, attacking, get hit, attacking, get hit. That's literally the whole pattern, because you only put in a block. You put in a block in an arcade game. It's a non-fighting game. This is a side-scroller. It's essentially just a side-scroller adventure game. Side-scrolling adventure game. That's it. It's not a fighting game. And putting in block takes away, like, perfect example of what game in this arcade style, this new arcade style, that's actually good. This right here. This game right here. This is a really good game. They didn't weigh it down with a block button that's not going to be used. Well, you could use it as a counter. Again, it's stopping my fight to do some new age parrying. The parry system, the block system, that's new. That's new stuff. Mortal Kombat, fighting games. Your fighting games are the only reason you really need a block. And games like Where Winds Meet, that's because they build that on Rage. Games like this are built on Rage, so they need a parry and a block button. Otherwise, it's just a player just dodging the whole time and getting killed over and over and over again. You don't need a dodge or a block and a parry in this. Oh, wait, you needed to show off Spider-Man's moves. You needed to show off whatever else. You have it for like 3 characters in the entire game. the block isn't needed. You could put it into something that helps powering up or gives a defense boost. But making me stop my fight to try to time something that I can't see to begin with, because it's not like you make it overwhelmingly apparent or even apparent to begin with when the enemies are going to attack. That lady just then, she went from sword down to slashing. Like, you can't block that. You can't parry that. I'd have to play this game for 40 hours just to learn the block system, just to learn the best timings for everything. Again, you're trying to say that's content. That's content. No, it's not content. You're putting an obstacle in the middle of the game to slow people up because you don't want them to progress so fast. That's what the block button is in a game like this. It's just an obstacle to slow players down so that you can progress them as you want them to progress through the game. Because I guarantee you, if I used anybody other than Nova, or used anybody other than him in Spider-Man, it probably wouldn't be so hard. Hey. Carpets. Well, I'll be back in a moment. I gotta go put some stuff away. I don't think this the Ninja Turtles game. I could be wrong, but almost positive they, like, if you die in a boss fight, they don't start you from the beginning of the level. I mean, I could be wrong, but yeah, I don't think that the Ninja Turtles game starts you from the beginning of the level if you die. Which is like, why does this game think that's I should be started over when a game that does better than this at this doesn't do that? Like the Ninja Turtle, that Ninja Turtles game, I'm almost positive it doesn't. I've played all the way through it, collected all the stuff, completed almost all the challenges.
Nova. Accessing total Nova force. Nova. Accessing total Nova. Spider-Man.
Does whatever a spider can.
So, what are we blowing up here, Cap?
Annihilus's fleets. They're in stationary orbit. We need to activate Hala's defense system first.
As long as we blow up something.
Nova. I'm responding. Rocket punch! Star power! I'm on a streak! Stay down! Blue blazes! Charged up! For the Nova Core!
Okay, I'm close enough to activate the console. It'll boot up the whole Crotakin system.
Roger that.
Blue blazes! Star power! Nova beam! Centurion blast! Photon blast!
Greetings, heroes. I thank you all for putting me back into command.
My goodness.
System countermeasures
Oh, guy,
have been activated.
drop some more nuggets.
Intruders, leave now.
Oh, that ain't good at all.
Don't make us regret it, Supreme Intelligence, or we'll be back.
Captain, I reassure you, I only act in the best interest of the Kree people.
Star power. Nova force. Nova beam. Star power. Meteor fist. Star power.
Supreme Intelligence. How smart can it be? It can't even turn off the security system.
The title seems underwhelming right about now.
Nova force. Stand on flash. Yeah. Charged up. The photon charges are low.
Sit this one out.
Stop the human rocket. Blue blazes.
What's up, buddy?
Supernova.
We stop with the fucking putting him up out of the way so that I can't get to them. It takes me all day
Blue
to.
blazes. Star power.
Die for Annihilus.
Watch out! That quantum sword of hers is no joke.
Light threatens.
You're strong enough to beat Annihilus's thrall, Phyla.
Again, like I said, the block doesn't actually work as intended 99.9% of the time. I hit it and it does nothing. Does nothing.
Nova force. Nova beam. Rhythm up, Spider-Man.
Again, like I said,
punch! Photon blast! Centurion down!
Did you miss me?
I come in to instantly getting hit. Oh, yeah, yeah, look at that. Don't get any moves in at all. That's what I'm talking about, dude. This is what I'm talking about right here. She moves to me.
Web shooters are running low. Web shooters are running low. Web cartridges are running low.
Like I said, again, this is what kills the game. And this is what kills the game right here. This stuff right here. And just like that, no, I'm done. I'm not playing it. I'm not gonna play it. Not until they patch out the stupid shit. Like literally, patch out dumb stuff. You guys know what you're doing. You know what you're doing. You know what you're doing. Guarantee there's a patch that comes in. Oh, we realized something. We realized something. No. No. And if the game hasn't been patched for the stuff like that, no. That's why it doesn't have a player base. It's why it doesn't have a player base, because you guys make it, you're trying to make it like it's the old school arcade, trying to put in new school stuff in the old school arcade and trying to blend these two things together, and it's not going to work. That's why this game has no player base. It's a very sought after game by old people, by my generation of people. That's it. The young generation is not buying this game. They're not. They're not buying games like this. And that's because of stuff like that. You try too hard to bring in old school stuff with the new school ways, and it fails. It literally fails every time. And I don't understand why game companies continue to do things that are detrimental to the player and kill the player's enjoyment of the game. Like I'm okay with dying, but don't start me from the beginning. This isn't I want to be the guy. You don't have a difficulty slider in the game itself. So to start me from the beginning of the game, oh, it doesn't take that long. No, it takes a long time to get to the end of the mission. You're telling me that the time I invested in getting to the boss means nothing because you want me to repeat it over and over. You need me to repeat it over and over and over to where I can do it seamlessly and without, and that's the problem. That's not content in a game. It's not content. Starting me over from the beginning every time when I make a mistake, it's punishment. It is literally punishment. It's why you don't have players. Why you don't have players. You have like 6 people that are watching it on Twitch. And that's probably the most people that are watching the game on all the platforms. And you can say, well, we didn't market for the game. Well, people don't know it exists. No, people know it exists. Trust me, there are people that know it exists. But there are people that know that it exists as it is. And nobody's going to spend and waste money to play a game that's set up to be a punishment and not an enjoyment of something that they grew up around or their parents grew up around. This is why video games do not have player bases. That's why their player bases are dwindling down to nuanced niche players. Because they're showing you that it's not really worth the money you're going to spend on it. It's not. You're going to be fighting the game more than you're enjoying it. Hey, let's not do that. Let's not do carpet. Hey. Doing that. No. It's not. Players aren't going to play a game that their time is stretched out because the game decides to put in obstacles that they don't need to be put in. You all put in obstacles into the game that don't belong. You know what obstacles you put in, and you know why you put them in there. You put them in there because you want players to play on your time frame of the way you think that they should play the game, and not their own. So take it out, get it the hell out of here. Take all the dumb obstacles that you've got in there out. Take them out. You take them out, I guarantee your player base increases. You take out the stupid stuff and your players increase. You guys need to stop doing this stupid stuff, and you know what you're doing. I don't need to say it. I actually already said it. The block button. Take the block button and everything that it represents out of the game. If you have to rebuild your game, then you have to rebuild it. You knew putting something that stupid into there was already a problem to begin with. And the person that thought, yeah, let's put a block and a parry in a side scroller. It's a side scroller. Why is a block and a parry in a side scroller? This is the problem. You all think that you're the geniuses in making the games. No, you have a good idea. You have a good idea. You're not a genius. There is no such thing as a genius anymore. No one is a genius. There's no one in the video game world, in the tech world, in the political world, in the real world, in the regular world, in any world. There are no such thing as geniuses anymore. So you game makers who think you're geniuses, you know who you are, all of you. You're not. You're regular people that have a good idea. So stop thinking that good idea is king, because it's not. The player base shows you why your good idea is not as good as you think it is. You don't get players. Players stick around for 10 seconds and are pieced out. They play the game but bash the mess out of it and then stop playing it. They give you terrible reviews. They don't buy your next game that comes out. That's how we tell you your game sucks. And I don't know why you all think that, it's only the second game. We'll be fine with our next game. And then you make the next game and it literally gets the same reception. It gets the awful reception. And then you continue down the road of, it's not us, it's the players. It's got to be the players. Players have just gotten so much stupider. And before you know it, you made a string of terrible games and you can't get out of it. No. We're not doing the carpet today. You can play with that. He does it because he wants me to play with them, is what he wants. He wants me to play with them. Oh, God. it to get. I want to try to pick him up. Still not overly fond of being picked up. Yeah, to be honest, like you said, the video game world is just so. Like, people want to say, "Oh, it's the best it's ever been." What, in visuals? That's it. That's it. It's just they all visually look more appealing than they ever did. Other than that, they're not worth any more than they ever did. As a matter of fact, old school arcade games feel like they have more longevity than any of these games nowadays. Again, they're not built with a gamer's vision or the gamers in mind. The vision is not built with gamers in mind. They're built with what can we do to yank in a bunch of people to siphon money out of their pockets. Well, let's make this half-ass game with a Marvel skin, charge almost $60 for. Well, it's only $40. It's again, it equates out to almost $40 for the game. You're telling me that for a game that looks like it was coded and created 30 years ago, it's worth $40? No, it's not. I've been playing it. And they've put stuff in it that don't need to be there. There's things in the game that doesn't need to be there. A lot of things in the game that doesn't need to be there. Then they've canceled out 2 controls. 2 possible controls that you could have. They could replace the stupid B button. Again, as a matter of fact, no, the Ninja Turtles does have it, but it's not a parry. It's not a block or a parry. It's a dodge. It's straight up dodge. It's a dodge button. Because now I remember there's a thing where you just dodge and attack, and it's a very powerful attack. That's what the B button is. The square or the circle button is on PlayStation controllers. It's dodging. That's it. And that's actually an old school mechanic. Dodging is an old school mechanic. Block and parry is a fighting mechanic. It's not a side scroller adventure game mechanic. Well, we had to have it where Captain America could use a shield. The funny thing is, Cap really doesn't use his shield in the sense of blocking. He throws it more than anything. So you don't need the B to block. You need the B to throw the shield. That's it. Captain America hardly ever blocks with his shield. Like, he blocks if he's running into a choke point of a room that he knows is going to be gunfire. Yeah, he's not stupid. But in the sense of this game's not built into seemingly long corridor style game. So you're not going to need Cap running down the corridor holding his shield up in front of his face the whole time. And even then, most likely, what Cap's going to do in most senses, he's going to take that shield and whip it down the hallway and bounce it off the hall and knock everybody out on the way down before they could get their weapon up to shoot it. So again, you don't need the block button. You don't need the block mechanic. You don't need the block button. And a dodge is fine. Making it into a dodge is fine. Making it to where you throw Cap's shield is fine. And I'll say the problem with the flight thing is the flight thing is good because then you're not constantly having to jump and attack. You can actually jump, stay up, and just straight attack. Makes sense. Practical. With the double tap, nope. It's where you kill it. It's where you kill that mechanic. Because everyone is going to be mashing the jump button. And to get me to make it to where to take flight is double tapping the A or the X. It kills a lot of play styles. And it's not, well, you need to become more, you need to become more refined in your button pressing and you just not mash it. Well, I mean, you can still mash it and still stay pretty accurate. Kind of what I do. I mash and mash with accuracy, essentially. But you don't see me jumping as often when I know that the fact that if I double tap A, it's going to make me take flight, and then I'm not going to be able to attack like I need to. So I'm not. One thing you don't find me doing with a jump button is holding it as often. So maybe take the jump out of double tap and put it into a hold. Because I'm holding my attack button, I'm holding the dodge button, I'm holding everything else but jump. Jump isn't inherently in your mind, where if you hold the button, it does something else. And you don't get into where you jump and your brain's like, hold it, when it comes to jumping. Hey, I knew it. No. Dude, you're going to be locked away today. Do you want locked away today? You come here. Look. You're okay. You're okay. You're okay, yes. I need you to chill, okay? Chill. You're good. You are good. First time you've been picked up, but you're good. You need to chill. You need to be going onto carpet like that. Now that was a bit crazy. We don't need to be doing that, okay? I told him he's going to be picked up today. Told him he was going to be picked up. I think he actually liked it. He just didn't understand what was happening. Because he literally came right back to me like he wanted picked up again. Like it was exciting. He did not understand what happened. I've never jumped that high in my life, so I'm confused. He's not mad at me. He would have went into the bedroom and sat underneath the bed if he was mad. Like, that's how I can tell he's kind of irritated and mad at me. He'll go and he'll sit underneath the bed, just gonna give me the, like I'm in the room, he'll look at me like that. Surprised you're not mad, man. Up again. Pick you up again? No, not yet. Not to say chewing on the floor is good, though. I know how you be. You be misinterpreting things, man. It's not to say chewing on my floor is good. I don't really know what I want to do right now. Kind of irritated at that game. And again, it's because of that stupid dodge and block button. The dodge and the block button. It's irritating. Because they built some of the game around it. That's what I'm talking about. That's right there. That right there is what I'm talking about. They've added a mechanic into a game that's supposed to be mirroring an old school gaming style, the arcade side-scroller adventure game, and they're adding in a mechanic and a kind of like a parameter, because like, they've kind of built a lot of the fighting boss fights around using the block and the block button, which are instances like that. The only window of opportunity you get with that chick is really when she attacks, you block it and parry her. That's literally it. That right there tells me almost every one of these boss fights are going to be built on me needing to incorporate the block to parry them into the boss fight. And that's to not end up kiting them around the map and then hopefully not get hit by one of their attacks. No, they've coded it into the way to do this fight is to basically stand still, block and parry them, and do your free attacks. Block and parry and free attacks. It's the only way you're able to get through the fight in a decent amount of time, is by doing that, by learning the block and the parry. And I'm not going to spend 40 hours learning one single mechanic. And that's where the price comes in, because you'll spend 40 hours to learn the patterns of the game so that you're able to complete the game. Instead of going through, being able to complete the game and then say, oh man, that was well worth the $8 I spent, because it only took me 8 hours to actually beat the game, because they didn't code the game around having to incorporate a block and a parry into the boss fights. Because that's what you're doing. That's my harp. My harp is that you've incorporated a mechanic that didn't exist back in the day in the arcade games, and you've hinged boss fights around it. Unless they you overwhelm them with numbers. It was so easy last night because that's how we did it. It was just overwhelming them with numbers. And you can farm out combo. When you're playing solo, it's literally hinged on you mastering the parry. That's not okay. That's not okay. You're telling me that I need to forget about the entirety of this game and just do one thing. That's how I win. Parry to win. No. It's why you won't have a player base. You won't have a player base, and you'll have to pay people to market it for people to play it. Again, I don't have a problem with a game being hard, but don't make it hard because you've centered it around one insignificant mechanic. That's what you've done. You've centered this entire game around one insignificant mechanic. And I proved it in that boss fight. If you don't block and parry, you're going to get beat up on. You're going to get beat up on, and it's going to be a rough time playing the game. So for anybody that wants to buy this game, yeah, you could buy it, but you better have numbers to overwhelm the bosses so that you're not being tied into the block and the parry. There you go. There's my honest review. It's a good game, has potential to be a great time waster, only because it's not something you have to lock in a ton of time on. You're going to lock in a ton of time on figuring out the block and the parry if you're a solo player. Solo player, you better lock in the block and the parry. If you're not, you just overwhelm them with numbers. That's it. You can every boss fight can be done by overwhelming the boss with numbers. It's not like the Ninja Turtles, where, yeah, there are mechanics like when you fight Claw. They have 4 pylons that pop up, and you have to knock the pylons out when he's around them so that it pulls him out of invisibility. I had a Black Panther last night that kept just knocking down the pylons every time they came back up, not understanding how the mechanic works on that. Then there's Null, who, same mechanic, but this time you didn't need him near them. You had to actually go around and do what the Black Panther was doing and kill all the pylons as they popped up. And it gives you the ability to actually attack Null. Other than that, there's no mechanics to it. It's block and parry. Ninja Turtles, I think Shredder may have been the only one with a mechanic. Because it goes by the Turtles in Time arcade game. That's what this Shredder's Revenge, it goes through the old arcade game, Turtles in Time, and it kind of builds on what seems like a new thing. It's great. It's such a great game. This is a fantastic game. Well, you only have 13 and a half hours. Yeah, and I have 13 and a half hours with only 9 achievements left to get in it. I've beat the entire game with every character. I've done almost all of the challenges. This is very hard to do. Did they take that from me? I had that already. Yeah, they've added some achievements when they released other stuff. Because this Casey Jones thing wasn't there. I had this. Or wait, I had this one. You complete the entire game with all the characters for different little stories. I thought I had it. Oh, that's what it was. All the special requests. Again, I played the hell out of this game for the 13 and a half hours I played. It feels so much more like an arcade game than this does. And again, they have, but they don't have, let me change that. They don't have a Marvel arcade game like that, which is why they built this. Why this game exists, because they don't actually have a Marvel side-scroller adventure game like that. They have an X-Men one. That's the OG. The OG that this tries to frame off of is the OG X-Men game. OG, triple OG, triple X-Men game. And that's actually, I mean, I when I seen this, I was like, ooh, this looks good. Yeah, they don't have. They didn't even re-release the X-Men arcade game. In order to get the X-Men arcade game, this is the X-Men arcade game. This is what that game is essentially trying to be.
And it is X-Men time. Hey guys, welcome to Pixel Cherry Ninja's channel. So we are having a look at
They didn't
X-Men
re-release it.
arcade game remake from Z Vitor or Z Vitor. Not exactly sure how you say it, but guys, this is it's a banger, isn't it? I mean, I like the X-Men game. In fact, I love the X-Men arcade game.
This is a critically acclaimed game. That's what this is supposed to be. It's supposed to be this, and it's not supposed to be this X-Men game. No, it's supposed to be this wonderful put together game.
It's a great
has story, has like, this is the game this should be, and it's not. It's because they centered the whole game around the block and the parry. I can understand bringing in all the heroes, but don't center it around one mechanic. And you can't say you're not centering around a mechanic when your boss fights. I proved your boss fight, it's going to be elongated, but the best way to do it is to parry the bosses. And you have the opportunities. Obviously, the exclamation point is an unblockable attack, but every other attack is blockable and parryable. You built it purposely that way because that's what you want players locked in, trying to figure out the block and the parry. You know the player base won't be there, so a lot of these players are going to be solo players. If they learn how to do the block and the parry, you'll be good. Not okay.
It's a great brawler. It's a great brawler. Fantastic game. And so Z Vito, if you're unaware of this person, they do a lot of stuff on like Beats of Rage. I think that's what it's on. It's on Open Beats of Rage, and it's just really cool. Previously, I've looked at their version of Golden Axe. I enjoyed playing that, and now we are having a look at their kind of take on the X-Men. So pack it up, pack it in. Let's begin. Let's start this up. So again, nice intro for that. So if we go to let's just start the game, right? So we've got a new game. You've got a few options. You've got arcade mode, which is like your vanilla, your normal arcade mode. You've got hardcore mode. I am not hardcore. I am not going to try this hardcore mode, right? I'm just not brave enough to do that. So what we are going to have a look is we're going to have a look at this CPU co-op, and it's just fantastic. Now have a look at all the different characters that we've got. We've got Cyclops there. We've got Wolverine, Storm. Okay, so in the original one we've got Cyclops, we've got Wolverine, we've got Storm as well, haven't we? Then we've got Dazzler. Okay, we've got Dazzler, we've got Nightcrawler, then we've got Colossus. So this is the original 6, the ones that are in the original arcade game.
I was gonna say those are the originals.
All the ones that aren't in the arcade game, right? Shadowcat, Beast. Oh, Beast just looks really good. We might begin the game with Beast.
Supposed to be Jubilee.
Okay, Jean Grey, Iceman, Angel, Gambit, Rogue, Psylocke, Jubilee.
Well,
Magic.
maybe.
I'm not really familiar with this Magic person, to be honest. Yo, Anime Otaku, good evening to you, buddy.
Magic is
X, okay. Deadpool, Cable. Wow, this is amazing, right? So, yeah, we've got some additional characters. What I want to do, I want to go and
Dazzler. I'm not familiar with Dazzler.
I think it just randomly selects 3 characters for you. So we've got a little bit of the intro here. Yeah, so there's some kind
and
of
it's like it's basically the original. This is the original intro of the game.
There's lots of filters, but there's no like vanilla filter, right? There's no filter there. That's just, yeah, you know what? It's there's nothing on there. But this is the kind of best one that I could find. But I mean, look, it looks like the arcade game. Naturally, there is a bit of difference. It's a 6-button game, in fact. So you've got jump. You've got what have you got? You've got attack. You got jump, then you got a special. In this case, look, he does that. By the way, I'm Beast, guys, right? So Colossus, Nightcrawler, I mean, it would have been nice, right? I'm gonna go back out because I want to look at other characters. That's showing us characters from the original. So let's quickly go back out. Oops, bear with me. All right, just need to. All right, what? There we go. End game.
I mean, this is what this game should be.
Okay, cool. Damn widescreen.
This right
You know
here
what? Animal Talk
should be
it's
this.
Cool. There's a download link in the description, or there's a
4
link
commands. You don't need a ton of commands. You don't need to appease a bunch of players that won't exist in your game. Make it simple. That was the beauty of arcade games. They were simple. They didn't try to do too much, and they didn't try to pull in mechanics from other games that they didn't need. They didn't need a block button. They didn't need a parry button. You don't need a block and a parry button. You need make it a dodge button, or in some instances, they throw their shield or do whatever their little character-specific move is. You don't need a parry button. Every game doesn't need to be Dark Souls. Every game does not need to be Dark Souls. And this is what all these companies do. Well, we're gonna fail if we don't put in something that people like. People like parrying. No, we don't. We absolutely hate parrying. And we absolutely do not play games that require it as part of the progression of their game. You will lose all of your players. And 3 people playing your game that enjoy parrying is not a player base. It's an echo chamber. This is what I mean by that. Is that when you start centering things around stuff that doesn't need to be there, you will hurt yourself. You will hurt yourself in the long run as well as the short run. What's up, bud? You want to come sit on my lap? Or you want to just tear up the carpet, tear up the floor, and leave nuggets around for me? You want to come hang out? You want to come sit in my lap? Come up here? Like stuff that fell off the roof. You want to come up in my lap? Love you, buddy. My favorite person in the world, man. About the only person that has faith in me. But yeah. We can do better. I say we, only because I'm part of the world that is being stomped on. You don't need to pull mechanics from other games because they worked for that game. You don't need to pull things from other games because it worked for them. It works for them because it works for them. Expecting it to work for you is why these games struggle and why a lot of these companies are struggling. They're selling themselves off to other people because they know that they're going to be lazy about it. They're not going to want to do what they know they should be doing, and they just want the quick turnover. Again, this is why this world is struggling. And it's ultimately why the world as a whole is struggling. Because the same mentality is being translated into the greater aspects of the world. The larger scope of the world the way this stuff is being done is translating back into it. Half-ass, corner-cutting ways and expecting people to just be okay with it. Well, I've been doing this for a long time. You guys were okay with it before, because nobody was, it's not made known as much as it is now. It's all this stuff is so widely out in the open. I can instantly compare this game to the arcade game by just doing a simple Google search of the original arcade game. And then I can tell you what's hurting this game. What hurts this game is you're blocking your parry. That's it. That's it. The block and the parry is hurting your game. Because you tied it. You tied it to a requirement and not something that's just there as an additional thing. And I can tell you did tie it to it, because that's the fact that the bosses are, when you parry them, it gives you a large window of opportunity. That tells me you've tied the boss fights to mastering the parry. Unless they're playing with other people, and then it's just overwhelm them with numbers. Because that's how I'm going to say I proved it, but in my little experiment, I kind of did. The first boss fight, I was playing by myself, struggled a little bit. The moment other players came along, it was like, okay, don't need mechanics now. Go back to solo, it's a struggle. Do the parry, it's like, oh, makes it a little bit easier. Take away the parry, it's impossible. Impossibly hard. I'm not gonna say impossible, but it's really hard. You got to do a lot of old school, well, not really old school kiting. You have to do new school kiting, because that's what it felt like. It felt like I was just kiting her around until she finally got that last hit on me. What's great about this, you don't have only a single health bar. Like, what kind of trash is that? You take damage from any direction, all the directions, but yet you don't have more than one. But you build up health every time you hit something. Oh, because that's so important. That's so important that I need to be able to hit things to build up health. What happens when we get to the boss fight and I can't hit the boss to build my health up? What is your tactic then? Well, that's why the parries. Oh, so we're tying it back into the parry. Again, you've tied it to the parry. I can tell you've tied it to the parry. And it will hurt you. And there are 4 people watching this game. 986 people following it. But only 4 people are watching. Not because it's a bad game. It's because I'd say people are probably going to, they can guess how the game needs to be played. They see, oh, the art style's cool. Oh, everything looks cool. And the moment they see that it's tied to parrying, they're like, yeah, I'll just watch people play it. I don't need to play it. I'll just watch. You hurt yourselves when you do stuff like that. You really hurt yourselves. But it's not my job to tell you how to fix yourselves. That's pretty much your job. You're supposed to be the company that's making the game and knowing how to do things and how to do the game, and people can say you're just a disgruntled gamer, but I mean, your player base should tell you that. I shouldn't have to say a word. You should be able to look at your player count in the game, the viewers watching your game, and see that there's something you're doing in your game that's causing it to have that kind of low reception. But again, it always goes back to they blame the player base and not the creators of the game in general. So I say it's not my job to unfuck them. It's their job to unfuck themselves and not let themselves get fucked. And I get irritated, I'll go do something else. I ain't got no problem. I have no problem. I've been applying for all these news network jobs. I'm applying for a bunch of news network jobs. Try to well, Charter, here's an idea. If you're going to advertise on some job website, then don't tell people to go to your website to apply for a job. No. It's why you're not getting people. Again, it's like companies doing what they do best, and it's put up more obstacles than they need to put up. Well, then we would have to constantly be throwing out bad applications. Then do a job. Then hire somebody to do a job. Stop leaving it up to a system, because your system is bad. The systems you all use for this stuff is really, really bad. It's really bad. You're not getting quality employees because you're using that system. I don't understand how it's the fault of the people applying for the job that they're not applying for the job because they're having to take 40 steps to apply for the job. I'm not going to apply for your job. If you send me an advertisement for LinkedIn to say apply for my job, and then you require me to go to your website to apply for your job, then no, I'm tuned out. You may as well just throw an advertisement up in the middle of a video I'm watching, because that's what it is. Don't advertise for a job listing on another website and then require them to go to your website to apply for the job. No, you let them apply on that website you're advertising on, and you take the application from there. Otherwise, I would create 1,000 different accounts for all these random job webs or these random companies that I want to apply for jobs for. I would do that instead. No, you're posting a listing to a job site, job application website. Stop adding a bunch of extra steps because you think that's going to help. It's not. It's actually hurting you, and you're not getting quality employees and quality applicants because of that. I don't care how good I am at what you're offering. I won't do it. I don't care. I'll find a company that's not going to throw me through a bunch of hoops, because that's what you all do. You all throw us through hoops and expect us to be okay with it. No, it's not how it works. You need me more than I need you. I don't care if I don't have a job. You need me more than I need you. And I treat you all that way. And the day you all get it into your mind that you need us more than we need you is a day we'll all be in a better standing at work. All of our jobs will be better. all of these companies will be better. The moment these companies start realizing they need us more than we need them, and it doesn't matter if you're unemployed or heading to unemployment, your company needs you more than you need them. They just got you ass backwards in your thoughts to thinking that you need them more. You don't. And it's easy. If everybody in a company grew a spine at the same time and decided to be fed up with what that company was doing and walked out, that company would be calling all the people that it deems worthy. You all would be called back in that same exact day. And things would be put to change. That's how it works. And no, I will not apply for your BS job, working for your BS company, making BS money, while you do nothing at the entire time. That's how all these companies run. The people up at the top think that because they sit and they talk to each other all day, every day, they deserve more money than everyone. They deserve more freedom than everyone. And they're the ones that deserve to go on vacation, and no one else deserves to go on vacation. No. And again, all of your companies that you work for are full of people who appear in those PDF files. All of them. All these big companies. All of them have sick, disgusting, gross human beings running them. So no, I don't want to work for your company. Your company protects pedophiles. Pick one. Doesn't matter. They all protect pedophiles. As a matter of fact, if you're a corporation, I think that's, me personally, in my alleged opinion, you become a corporation because you're in the game of protecting pedophiles and protecting criminals. That corporation equals criminal protection. There we go. I'll never work for a corporation, ever. Because that's what it is. Every one of these corporations is run by pedophiles. If you're not, then you better go back into the game of serving the public like you should be. Because you should be bowing down and licking the mushrooms out of our toenails. We don't owe you anything. You owe us everything. You owe us every bit of your existence, from top to bottom to beginning, from beginning to end. You owe it all to us. That's these companies, these politicians, this entire country as a whole owes its people more than its people owes anything to it. This country stays like it is and stays free like it is and stays the United States of America because of the people that are here, not because of a politician, not because of some corporation, not because of Elon Musk, not Donald Trump, not Barack Obama, George Bush, Bill Clinton. No, none of these people. As we've seen, these people have done nothing but the most evil things possible at the expense of us. Just like I said yesterday, not yesterday, because I only did a game stream yesterday, which was like an hour and some change. Just like I said the other day, when we're being told that we have to sacrifice something instead of compromise for anything, then we should know that there's a problem. The sacrifice is sacrificing the naturalistic free will. That's the only thing we should be sacrificing. And it's not a sacrifice, it is a compromise. Giving up naturalistic free will is a compromise and not a sacrifice. But we're constantly being told we need to sacrifice things. We need to sacrifice this. We need to sacrifice that. We need to sacrifice this, sacrifice that. No, we don't. We don't need to sacrifice anything. If we can't come to compromises on anything, then it doesn't need to exist. Because I'm tired of always hearing that the working class has got to give something up so that the scum class, the upper class, the 10%er class can fucking go on their 35th vacation this month. I'm tired of hearing that. I'm so sick and tired of hearing it. I don't care. Put Bill Gates on the streets as a homeless person. I don't care. Put all of these people on the streets as homeless people. I don't care. If you prosecute all these people, these companies are going to get pulled out. If those companies fall down because of the owners of them are PDF files, then that company didn't need to exist to begin with. It was built on a very flimsy foundation. If the company is being run by a sick pedo and it gets taken down because of it, so be it. So be it. The company doesn't deserve to be here at all. Politicians who are protecting it, you deserve to be in a cell right next to them. It'll hurt the world. No, it'll hurt a very tiny group of people. That's it. It won't hurt the rest of us. It won't hurt the rest of us. I mean, there'll be some people that won't be satiated by it. But again, it's just as small group as it is the group of people that are allowed to do all this stuff. You're sacrificing the whole for the few. That's literally what it is. It's the few are being sacrificed, or few are making all the choices in who gets sacrificed. And it's literally the many. The many are the ones being sacrificed. Because, like I've been saying, nothing will happen with the Epstein files. Nothing will happen for the Minnesota fraud. As we're seeing, we're, month 2 of Minnesota fraud, and we ain't heard nothing. It actually's gone silent. So yeah, none of this stuff. The wrong people have gained control of the world, and we are just at their will now. We are at their mercy. They have none, so we all just better buckle up. We better buckle up for a very merciless treatment of us for the rest of our existence. So, yeah. And I mean, he even talks about it in games, man. In the game, like, this whole conversation was just basically that. What I just said. Like, these aren't the people who are worth anything. These people are worth nothing. They're making moves No, they're not. No, they are not. They are not making moves. If you think that our government and the governments around the world are making moves, then you are one of these people that believe The Simpsons tells the future. I'll just say that. If you believe that the things that these governments and these countries, the leaders of these countries are doing actually are for to help anybody, then you believe that The Simpsons tell the future. Because they do not. They do nothing. They get us into wars, get us into conflicts, steal from us, rape, murder, and kidnap anybody and everybody that they want to. Again, they are not for us. Nothing will happen with any of this stuff because they're protecting each other. In their minds, the world doesn't exist without them. None of this exists without us. Even though they literally built none of it. They built none of it. Their ancestors built none of it. Their ancestors were cracking whips. That's where these people come from. They come from legacies of doing the worst things possible to people. That you gonna let me pick you up again? Yeah. Here. Got a treat for you. Got a treat. My guy, look. No, look. I want to do. I just want to a treat. Getting there. We're getting there. We'll get there. Get there. He knows at least when he gets picked up, a treat comes after him. That's kind of what I'm trying to do. Trying to get him to registering that when he gets picked up, he can almost, he'll be able to foresee a treat coming after him. That's just what I'm trying to do. Trying to get him a treat. Trying to get him to where he correlates being picked up with being loved. It'll take some time. Love you. All the ultimate. Love you. We'll learn. We'll learn that you're not in danger. He's starting to figure out that there are some things that he would normally look at as putting him in danger, but kind of break down the walls of a lot of that stuff. I want to get him to where he actually likes being picked up. That I want him to learn that when I'm near him, around him, or anybody that I have over here is near or around him, that he goes and expects them and demands them to give him love. I want him to be a very pushy creature in being shown affection. We're learning. But things I've been watching other rabbit owners and things like that, and they say everything that I've read or I've watched says the same thing. They're saying that like they don't really get, like they will get into that, but it takes a long time. The best way to do it is to kind of break down their fear barriers by doing stuff like that and then giving them positive reinforcement on the other side to say, good job, whatever. That's why I give them a treat when I pick them up. It's because it tells them that it's good. Him being picked up is good, and he'll always be given a treat afterward. Or he'll have a surprise afterward. Because there's another tactic that I want to do where this other lady, how she did it with her rabbits is anytime she picked her rabbit up, whenever she would set him down during the training period, she would set him down where there would be a surprise. There'd be a treat or a like a thing of food. That's when she would put him where she would put him is next to the surprise. And it taught them that being picked up is a good thing because they get surprises and treats afterward. It's kind of like when you kind of con and scheme a kid into doing something for you. Like, hey, can you go give me a soda? You can get you a soda, or you can get you a snack or whatever. You use that as a way for them to actually do what you're asking. Yeah, he doesn't seem to be too bothered about me trying to pick him up. Or picking him up. Eventually, like I said, when I pick him up, he'll know that there's a treat somewhere. Whether it's on my lap or whether it's going to be whenever he gets set down. Ugh. I feel like they've put quite a bit of time into these little conversations, because I've looked at the breakdown of them, of all the responses. Obviously I didn't commit anything to memory, but a lot of these conversations lead to quite a bit of dialogue, and you learn a little bit about where these people come from. And the fact that there are more than just this group of 5. Pretty sure there's 5. 2, 3, 4, 5, no, 6. So this group of 6 is like the original 6 frames, Warframes, but there are even more Warframes that come from actual people. And I think that's what the game is doing, is kind of getting into the territory of showing where all this comes from, because it comes from our world. What are we chewing on, man? Cereals. Chewing on. You're chewing but don't see. We did our pickup exercise for today. Do our pickup exercises tomorrow. I have to finish that song today. Finish that song, and I have to do comms work. That's all I really got today. So I wanted to get going a little bit earlier, because didn't stream yesterday. It was just a long day. I did groceries at noon. Then my brother, I did some schoolwork. Then my brother and his wife wanted to go out for dinner. So I went over and watched my niece and nephew. Played some games. We played games after their phones had shut down and they couldn't use them anymore, because my brother puts them on they put them on parental controls where they only have a certain amount of time throughout the day before their phone locks them out. And so it was about the time that happened, they got bored. And then we played games. They tried to explain this one game to me, and when I asked them, like, where's the instruction booklet, they're like, it's right here. And they turn the box over on the game, like the cards go in like a little box, like a Cards Against Humanity box, and they turn it over, like, there's the instructions. I'm like, those aren't instructions. It says it's basically it tells you the how-to. It doesn't go into what any of the cards mean, so it's not actually the instruction. And I'm like, where's the little booklet? They're like, it doesn't have one. I'm like, come on, kids. Like, there's no way. All these games come with at least a single cheater booklet to tell you, what these cards mean. And they're like, no, they just mean this. I'm like, how do I know you're not lying to me? So we went into this whole deal. So I was like, okay, we'll see. We'll see how it plays. And they're like, we're playing. Everything's going fine. Then one of them drops this gorilla card. They never explain the gorilla card. And then they both start slapping. Like, you got to take the cards. I'm like, hold on a second. I mean, I could have easily pulled up the rules of the game. But it was like, no, we're in a teaching moment right now. Like, you guys want me to play a game that only you know the rules to, so that you can get me. They're like, no. I'm like, yeah, I know how this is. I see what you guys are doing. So I'm like, no, we're going to play Uno. I didn't care whether I won or not at anything. Again, I could have looked up the rules, but it was just funny. I was able to... they were definitely trolling me. With the first game, they definitely wanted to play a game that they had... they knew they had a better advantage over me because of the fact that they knew... I guess they knew the rules of it, or a semblance of the rules. Because they were contradicting each other when they were trying to explain the gorilla card. And then they kind of got into a small little argument over that. I'm like, no, all right, we're not playing this game. This game's got like 30 different rules and 30 different steps, and you guys can't even agree on which rules are which. So I'm like, nope, we're not playing this. And I was like, I even said, I was like, I know exactly why we started to play this to begin with, because you guys wanted to make me look bad. And they're like, no. Like, no, we're gonna play Uno. They're like, yeah, let's play Uno. So we start playing Uno, and they're like, my niece just kept saying, oh man, the game is rigged. The game is rigged. I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, in order for it to be rigged, it would have to be like purposely set up against you. It's like, it's not rigged, and you're only saying it's rigged because it's not going how you expect it to go. She just kept saying it the whole time. I'm like, okay. She ends up winning and then continues to say it's rigged. like you can't say it's rigged. You're actually, you are the last person that can say it's rigged. You won. If anybody can say it's rigged, it would be me and Aiden. We would be the only ones who would be able to say it's rigged because we lost. Like, you can't say it's rigged and win. You're crying wolf. So then we started playing Sorry. And she just kept saying it. Like, every time the die wouldn't roll onto what she wanted to roll on, it was rigged. The game is rigged. And like, you're even using it in the wrong context there, kid. She's like, nuh-uh. How am I using it the wrong way? I said, because for it to be rigged, all of us wouldn't be losing. Because we all couldn't get out of our little home station. We weren't rolling sixes. It was just, it was bad luck. It was a lot of bad luck in the start. Because it's the smaller version where the dome's smaller, everything's proportionately smaller, but with the dome being smaller and the smaller die, the pop is a lot more congested. It's a very condensed pop when it goes off. So the die, if it doesn't have like some direction that it's coming off to where it bounces and then kind of creates a rotational movement within that dome, it'll fire straight up and straight back down. So you'll roll a lot of the same numbers over and over again. And so what I got to doing, I only got sent back once. Only one of my pieces got sent back. Otherwise, I would have won the game, because once I realized that the pop was kind of like wasn't rolling the die real well, and either of them rolled a 6, I would just purposely, I started to roll like by putting my finger straight down on the dome and pulling it right back up, so that there's no any other force going inward. The only force is a straight down, straight back up. So there's not going to be me pushing at an angle and the pop is going to pop this way or pop that way or pop any other way than up and down. And I was able to get all of my pieces out and mostly around the board. And then one of my last few pieces got sent back. Like it was almost all the way around too, and it got sent back. But by this rate, my niece had already won and still calling the game rigged. I'm like, you're not using it in the proper context, kid. But you said, like, yeah, because I know what that means by what I say. It's not just because how I explained it to her, how she was using it original context. I said, the way you're using it in this context, or way you're using it in this way, is you're saying it's rigged because the outcome isn't what you wanted. And then the second time I explained to her, I said, the reason I said that then is because you were saying it's rigged based on the outcomes you were being given, which weren't ones that you wanted. I said, you can't say it's rigged in this sense, this time, because you got every outcome you wanted. And the only ones who aren't getting the outcomes they would otherwise want would be him and I. So you can't actually say the game is rigged. I said, he can. He can say that. But even then, it's still up for debate because I'm also losing. We're both losing together. If the game was rigged, one of us would take some type of lead and it would stay and continue. But she didn't care. She liked her newfound word, the rigged. Everything is rigged. And I think it's because of something she's either playing and running into or ran into video wise. I mean, now that I think about it, if I was to even explain to her the definition of what it means for something to be rigged, like not in a gamer losing the game sense, but in a sense of like something being rigged, she wouldn't, that would have confused her even more than what I said. Because thinking about what it means for something to be rigged, there's two things to it. If it's rigged up, it's haphazardly thrown up, not meant to stay. If something is rigged, it means it's set up to fail. I mean, I could have maybe said that. I feel like that would have taken forever to get to that. I would have taken way too long to get to that establishment, rather than just telling her that I can use it in the sense because I know what it means, for something to be rigged. I know what it means. I said, you could just use it how you want. You'll eventually learn what it really means. And you'll be like, man. Because I do that all the time. I facepalm myself when I learn something that I was using for so long and I was just using wrong. I'm like, oh, no wonder no one listens to me. I've created a habit of saying dumb things in a smart way, and no one has the balls to correct me, to leave me wrong for decades. That's why I don't care. I don't try to do it maliciously, but I tried to leave people corrected rather than going around never being corrected. Like if you never stand corrected, how do you know anything you say is right and correct? It's like, that's why I do it in a settings wise. I'll say that I choose how I approach it by the setting. If somebody's being a dick, they get the spotlight. If they're just a haphazard mistake, then I'm not gonna spotlight them. I'm gonna use my wonderful ability to speak non-verbally. They're gonna see my non-verbal communication as direct line of communication, and they're gonna not be ate up. Are you manufacturing nuggets? Are you in your nugget factory? Back there messing with the curtain. I can see it fluttering. Yeah, I try not to let anybody walk around incorrectly. Not saying that everybody needs to pay attention to themselves and be worried about everything themselves, but maybe being mindful wasn't on their mind. I mean, it does no one any harm to let somebody know that they have a mistake showing. When you do it maliciously and you do it to make somebody look bad and to get them in a gotcha, then yeah, you're the asshole. But if the person you're otherwise correcting is already an asshole, I mean, that's when I wholeheartedly agree, fight fire with fire. Like if I go to tell you something, like let you know something nonchalant in a more trying not to make notice to it way, and you treat me like an asshole for it, I'm like, I'll come right out with it. Well, F you too, dickhead. You can walk around with the toilet paper stuck to your foot. And usually attitudes change from there. But again, I don't hold that. I mean, I might come back with that, but I'm not going to be mean to that person and treat that person like they're an inherently giant asshole. Because that could be their otherwise trigger response, because they're more or less, in their mind, it's anytime somebody's corrected them, it's been done in a very bad way. It's been done where they're being made out to be a villain rather than somebody that's just making a mistake, being turned into a villain. Because there's a massive difference in that. When you're correcting someone because they made a mistake, as opposed to vilifying them because of their mistake. I don't know. I mean, unless they're out killing people and stealing and embezzling money and raping children unless they're doing any of that, a mistake is a mistake. Let people make mistakes. It's the only way we learn as a species. Now, when people were doing the evil shit, yeah, hell yeah. they need to be held up. And if they've been getting away with it for decades, close to a century, then we probably need to do a little bit more than hold them accountable for their mistakes. And if you could be so easily, again, if you could be so easily pulled into a situation that becomes unsavory, what does that truly say about you? Because old Bill can say, I never knew really what the relationship with that man was really involving, you know. I just happened. You can't believe any of those lies because he was just talking to himself. But then he's not denying that he tried to dose his wife. He's just saying, that can't be trusted. What do you mean, what can't be trusted? Did you hooked up with Russian hookers and got STDs and gave it to your wife and you tried to dose her to take care of it without her knowing? And if Epstein was never arrested and killed himself in prison, would you still be friends with him? If he never got arrested for the second time, would you still be friends with him? I'm going to go out on a limb and say every single one of those people would still be friends with him. All of them would be. All of them would still be friends with him, still concocting all these weird plans for things, still be treating poor people as if they're a byproduct. I don't know. Because old Billy Bill, yeah, is that email fake? Talking essentially, because I feel like the email talking about how to essentially lessen the world's population of poor people, I'm pretty sure that was from Bill Gates. Pretty sure that was one of the Bill Gates emails. So yeah, it's like, when do we actually put an end to this stuff? Because we already know that none of the Epstein file stuff is nothing's coming out of that. And what that's ultimately going to tell the people that have been doing all this stuff is that, don't worry, all your crimes can be made known, public, and essentially otherwise praised by your peers, because we're not the peers. The people that are otherwise caught up in all that, they're peers with each other. We are not their peers. And I would venture to say most all of them, even ones that don't probably show up in those files, view anyone that can't be invited to any one of their parties as essentially someone who deserves to be lied to, deserves to be made a mockery of, and who deserves to be starved out of existence, both literally and metaphorically. Because that's what these people tell us when they don't hold people accountable. Then they take and use their platform to tell other rich people that no one is illegal on stolen land while I live in a house on stolen land. Because regardless if the tribe has said you can live there or not, I'm sure the forefathers of that tribe would say no. You do not belong on that land. But again, this is what we'll see. We'll see the perpetual machine of crime and us being told to just be okay with it and look the other way. It's serving a greater purpose. It's serving a greater purpose. You have to allow us to steal your children and your women, your young girls, and rape them, turn them into sex slaves, and traffic them across the world, and murder them, mutilate them, and eat them. You have to be okay with it. Because look at all the things we've built. Look at all the names, look at all the buildings our names are on. Look at all these things that we created, we helped create. We are capitalism. Capitalism doesn't exist without all of this evil stuff behind us. This is what's being told to us every time. We hear things like, are we still talking about that man? You're not MAGA if you're still talking about that man. Or I didn't know what he was involved in when I met him in 2014. Years after he was already had been convicted the first time for seemingly the same crimes. I didn't know what he was involved in, yet he was involved with everything that exists around the world. And when I was laying in bed, I have to find it. I have to find it. It was a really, and I'm going to get struck for the audio in it, but I don't care. I'm going to try to talk through it so that I can win the dispute, because that's basically been how I've been winning my disputes on some of these audios that pop up in my videos, is if I'm talking through it and commentating over top of it in portions, not letting it play completely through itself, then it becomes kind of fair use. But I have to interrupt it in a sense. It's just remembering where I've seen it. Epstein AI video. Wait, we go with this first. Videos. Thinking it was on X. This one. Oh shit. All right. This one was hold on. What are we chewing on, bud? Not the floor, are we? Chewing on boxes. Boxes. Don't chew on the floor. Books, boxes, furniture. I don't care. Hold on. And he left me presents. Books, boxes, know what it is? I'm just gonna play this. Well, no, because I'm gonna get struck. I'll be back in a Better. What's up, bud? Hmm. So, this video. I was laying in bed actually last night. Right before um right before I went to sleep, this popped up in my feed on X. John Benet Ramsey. That's a dentist chair. You got to Google this name. The frogs. Faces on the wall. All symbolism. Even the robe he's wearing. And you'll go through this video and he'll start to feel like that evil little man that's pulling all the strings for the whole world. That's how I felt as it was going. This one evil man has been involved with everything, all at the behest of one individual.
Every time I look,
and yeah, it goes into this is probably what music will get struck, so I'm gonna try to talk some way through it. But again, another thing that popped up the other day, that's Little St. James Island. A manipulated look of Little St. James Island. And again, all symbolism. All symbolism. Like this is the kind of TV, Nickelodeon TV we saw through the 90s. This stuff right here. These kind of games and shows. Slime was a big thing in the 90s. Huge in the 90s. Pizza and hot dogs. We have award shows now. We're going from Nickelodeon children to adults and awards.
Love that money just can't buy.
And of course, Jay-Z and Harvey Weinstein. I think that's Akon. supposed to be Akon.
One look
Maybe, maybe not. Could
from
be
you,
lying.
I drift.
We have sports. Remember, it goes into sports. But the thing of it is, what sport is that, though? Basketball. Pretty sure that's supposed to symbolize Bitcoin in the back. It's the Price is Right. It's supposed to symbolize the Price is Right logo, but I also think it's supposed to be the Bitcoin logo. I think that's where the symbolism of this comes in, is the Bitcoin logo.
From you, I drift away.
News. Remember, we also have to, there's the news too. We've known that the news has been lying to us about everything for who knows how long. But again, we got the news. Obviously, they put up things like TMZ and stuff like that just to give it that more oomph. Don't know. Possibly. But isn't this guy supposed to be the CEO of TMZ? Don't know. Don't really know him. Put a face to the name. I might know, but other than that, he looks familiar. Not very familiar, but just kind of familiar. And then we have Bill Gates. Not just Bill Gates, but we also have COVID. In a laboratory that's meant to symbolize COVID research.
Here to stay. Anything you want, you got it. Anything you need.
And not just here. Look in the background too.
You got it. Anything at all.
Another prominent leader. Again, the leaders that are put into here, I'm pretty sure are put into here based on that connection or the list of world leaders that was in one of his emails.
You got it.
Which just kind of means that he was funding all of their projects, if you will.
Every time I hold you, I begin.
This is kind of like showing a sequence of identity change. This is a prominent statue that's appeared in a lot of weird stuff of his. He helped create 4chan. We already know Wikipedia is 100% PSYOP. And we know she was a high-level moderator on Reddit.
To understand.
I think this is supposed to signify cloning. Could be wrong.
Everything about you tells me I'm your man.
The whole setting, this right here, this guy here, kind of obvious on that. But one thing I have left out, what is he doing the entire time? Taking selfies on his iPhone.
I live.
We see evidence that he had a hand in creating that. We already know he was connected to that and connected to him.
My life to be with you.
I'm going to say these are Federal Reserve people. Or something else. Oh, Federal Reserve of that looks like it might meant to say Israel. But I'm pretty sure that says Federal Reserve. And that doesn't say United States. But this does say Federal Reserve. And it should say United States because that's the United States crest. That's way too many letters for USA.
No one can do.
No, there's Bitcoin. Turning American money. Or turning Bitcoin into American money. Now, that might be Guantanamo Bay. Not too sure.
Anything you want,
The Middle East.
you got it.
ISIS.
Anything you need, you
Pretty much
got
any
it.
of those terrorist organizations. Heyo. Those up there. We know who these two people are.
Anything at all, you got it.
That was weird, but two prominent paintings. Heard some weird stuff about him. We already know what his whole involvement in this is. Yeah. I think this is just to symbolize that Biden's not really Biden.
Anything you want,
Influencers. It's obvious. Him
anything you need, anything at all.
Now, who are these guys? And what is this?
Anything at all, baby, you got it.
There's a lot of weirdness there. Okay. Get your talk out. Love you, little demon. You little demon. I love you. Yeah, it's a it's a weird, super weird video. A lot of symbolism in it. Even everything from here, because he is legit the villain of the FNAF series, like the entire FNAF series. Everything from running a pizzeria and being a child killer, all the way out to like some of the most evil stuff. This guy was involved in all of it, and he was so embedded into our world. It's an insane little video. But yet, this is what we're allowing to happen, and we're gonna continue to allow it. We are. As much as we want to stand up and fight against it, we're not. We will back down. There will be a point where we'll back down and we'll just go back to business as usual. Because this stuff is so outrageous. People aren't just gonna be able to bring themselves to believe it. It's just not believable to a lot of people. So many so that we're gonna have the same cycle of the same people talking about the same things until they die, with no one to listen. No one to listen. Because no one seems to want to listen. And it's kind of gotten even worse. Because even with all this overwhelming amount of evidence, people aren't wanting to hold anybody accountable for anything. And the excuse is, it's going to bring down a lot of stuff. It's going to hurt a lot of people. You're harming an entire industry. Things like that are going to continue to be said. So, while I got to use the restroom, the next thought I'm going to hold on to.
Navigation has been updated with new invasions. Chaos is spreading.
Place is bad at the carpet laying thing, man, but you can't keep telling them how bad they are by ripping out their carpet. I know these people are really bad at this stuff. It's not their fault. They're not being pushed to learn at a higher level than what they know. Well, they're not very good at the carpet. We've already established. Dude, I established that when I first moved in here. Really bad at it. He just does not like how bad they laid this carpet. He just does not like it. Bad. I wouldn't even say they're bad. They're like they don't have really good teachers in this. Like they're really not well versed in being able to teach people how to do this stuff because they themselves aren't really good at it. Love you, buddy. You want to come sit with me? Come sit with me? Come up. Sit with. Taking. He absolutely loves like the all-around head massage. I know he does because when I'm done, he goes to like frantically licking. He frantically licks the ground, he frantically licks my legs. He'll clean, like meticulously go to cleaning his feet. Love you, precious. Want him to feel overwhelmingly loved to the point where he's irritated by it. No, that's Letty. Yeah. Coffee cups and coffee mugs. Maybe that's why I click with Warframe so much. I don't really feel like I have a home. We click with the things we feel feel close to. AKA, I don't feel like I have a home. Like I live here, but this is temporary. Because the company that I pay rent to deems it. Like being late on rent for being a month behind on rent. They're doing everything in their power to kick you out. Let's just say that. Pretty sure the binder is one of them. Yep. Lethal space children. I beg to differ. You don't get super defensive. Good buddy. You don't get super defensive if you're not upset. You're good. Lay there and chill. These conversations are long. That wasn't too bad. Oh, hell. Hmm. Eximus, which I can do pretty much anywhere. Actually, I'm gonna do a bounty. Yep. They changed that too. That looks different. The infection looks different.
move. Abandon supply cache. Now listen up. If you get close, it'll clock you and start counting. Bust into the cache before it's smoked. See? Supply cache flipped into self-destruct. Get worksy, fewer fervon charges should pop it. But know this. Open that thing and
That's the first time I've seen one that's fairly close.
Sleep.
Well,
Tekrot's proper pissed off. Hitters coming out of every nook and crook. I say, let them come. Halfway there. On the job, no quit.
Time is done. All over.
Ain't nobody gonna mess with the Hex now. Not Skuldra, not Tekrot. You feel me? Now extract yourself.
Leads to Nightwing. I am getting. Eventually, I'll be able to move, run, jump, talk, and everything. Won't even wake up. I mean, he'll be okay, but I don't want him to be startled and jostled about anything. Maybe one day. Maybe one day. The thing is, this is the most you'll get outside of
No hay tos.
doing
I
an
got it.
exchange.
So, who's this for?
I mean, I do have a ton of them.
Huele feo. Did you find this on near? All right then. ¿Qué onda? You got it. Más basura vieja. Let's see what you got.
Next level is 70 grand. Two more days, basically. Maybe 3. A little bit on a third day.
Okay, primerito. Sure.
What do you need?
Amos.
Plenty to do.
We actually do need to this goofy thing.
I think solo artists get really lonely. Success can be isolating, but we've got each other.
Fire crew, attention needed. Fires extinguished. Oxygen levels normalizing.
I've learned to tell the difference between honest criticism and straight up jealousy. If all your artists are giving you trouble, maybe the problem isn't with them. Music's no place for elitist attitudes about art. That's what I love about it.
Stadium vulnerable. Tool up. Crash the party.
Like, are we serious with this? People in their poopy internet, man. Poopy internet. I can tell you it's not mine because it would have showed up in OBS. It would have shown up in OBS. It was mine.
Offensive broadcast incoming. This railjack is compromised. Cannon offline. Take the towers down. Engines locked.
I think solo artists get really low. Success can be isolated. We got each other.
Alert. Fires. Alert.
It is done.
Fires extinguished. Scrubbing atmosphere.
I've learned to tell the difference between honest criticism and straight up jealousy. If all your artists are giving you trouble, maybe the problem isn't with them. place for elitist attitudes about art. That's what I love about it.
Stadium vulnerable. Tool up. Crash the party.
Anyone can critique a finished album, but few have the talent to create one from scratch. Look, what do you want? An interview? I'll give you 2 minutes, right now. Any questions you have that aren't about our personal lives, I'll answer. Music is truly a universal language.
I think that's the one I'm on.
Sadly, this will be our last song tonight. Just because someone appreciates music doesn't mean they can make it. Pizza. Just the thought makes me want to hurl.
Hey,
Space is silent again, as it should be. Let us go home.
fun. Mr. Loafer. Mr. Loaf.
Tenno has exited the railjack.
All right, that's done. That's cool. I need to check that out like right now. That's cool. Need to go into the void so I can. That's it. Oh, haven't done. Than that. You know what I want right now? I want some of this salami. That I thawed out. Okay. Just making all kind of racket. This got it from a food place yesterday. Really good.
Always feels like meeting an old friend, regardless of who's wearing them. Whippings, massacres, executions, all their favorite memories. That's what the Orokin use those pretty Ayatons for. Channeling Aya, the essence of memory. I just love watching Maru melt them down, erasing the Orokin piece by piece. Some things deserve to be forgotten. Forever. Nothing left to chance if you're bringing regal Aya. The circling hawk, mate, don't go leaving anything unsaid.
If you're looking for Maru's Bazaar, you've come to... Do I have any leads on hidden Ayatans? Of course.
I mostly do these
Though
for
retrieving them won't be easy. Or safe, really. But then again, you probably knew
for
that.
the
Yeah. That's the spirit. Let's go!
Argon. I don't really do it for the statues, though I do have a ton of little inserts.
Okay, you know the drill. Get in. Get the Ayatan treasure. Don't get killed. Simple, right? across an Oregon codex that said this tower was known for its beautiful Ayatan treasures. Unfortunately for you, it was also known for its deadly security apparatus. Oh, wow. This looks dangerous. For me. I mean, you're gonna be fine. Promise.
Oh, you bastard. Fail. I hate this. I'm here though. But I'm not. I don't like that one. I really don't. Don't really like that one.
Hi. Welcome to my bazaar. Tenno from all over the system come here to trade. Need any pointers? Do I have any leads on hidden eye? I knew it. Okay, let's do this.
Okay. Not really find too many teams.
Okay, you know the drill. Get in.
Night and
Get the
treasure.
Ayatan treasure. Don't get killed. Simple, right?
Don't get killed. Well, like, don't fail the puzzle.
I stumbled across an Oregon codex that said this tower was known for its beautiful Ayatan treasures. Unfortunately for you, it was also known for its deadly security apparatus.
That's cool.
Well, this should be fun. Maybe you should stretch first. You know, limber up.
On. Oh. One. Excuse me.
Don't look now, tin stuff. There's an Ayatan nearby. That's what we came here for. Your job's done.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Oh my goodness, can we get out of it?
Hey dreamers, we are up and ready to party.
Find another argon crystal. Need to find another argon crystal.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
We're at the end. Realized this was the elevator to the end. No, wanted to trying to jump straight to that, but nope, nope, let me die when you go in there. Okay, so that's all it is.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
An elevator that's not an elevator. Swing your weapon at me, you're gonna die. That's just how it is. So you're to look for argon crystals. Whatever I just did. Or the item statue. Finding it. Not finding any more argon. That's kind of poopy. Usually I leave with about 2 or 3 of them. Yeah. Alrighty. Get in here. Got one. He's tucked away. He's tucked away. Probably underneath the couch. Never done this one before, so I'm going to see what this... I may have, just don't remember it.
Vitablast is everywhere except for where it should be. Grab some and stuff it in a rupture. Gather up nearby Vitablast and bring it to the ruptures.
You're near a fissure. Corrupted foes are dropping reactant. Use it to crack open a relic. Keep fighting. Look for more reactant.
Yeah.
Gather up nearby Vitablast and bring it to the ruptures.
Fissure. Defend yourself and use reactant to open relics.
dormant void angel. Now, it's not dormant anymore.
Void saturation causing further complications. Oh look, you sealed a rupture. Not bad. I'm so very sorry about this. One of the fears the Void likes to manifest is childhood anxiety. Meet the repressed fears of teenage Yonta. I call her Skitter Girl. She's a thief. The angels have torn open another rupture. Fill it with Vitaplast before this whole shit goes topsy-turvy.
The angel is trying to retreat into the void so it can heal. Follow it and stop it.
Rupture sealed. On to the next.
Good. Now it'll stay. Yes! It won't be shrugging that off.
Oh, so that's the Void Angel. Okay.
Skitter Girl likes to target stragglers. Like you. Right now. Skitter Girl, you little twit. Get away from them.
That's it. You opened the relic. Finish your mission and we'll take a look inside.
Void floods have a tendency to wash in terrible things. One of those things is approaching. Do be careful. Well, that's one less void abomination to worry about. Should you need a break, self-extract at the marked location.
This is like a survival. I'm just gonna go with the Nautilus thing. I can sell it.
Keep fighting. Look for more reactant.
Wow! Vitaplast sealed that rupture. Just as I knew.
cracked open. Finish your mission to find out what's inside.
An escape lift for you. Use it when you need it.
Very good. I can sell it. I don't seem to be getting argon crystals.
Observation. Skitter Girl is stalking you. Something just changed. Any fighting difficulties to report?
Enough reactants to open the relic.
No, Zarium? Do you have a Zarium? Did you lose your Zarium accolade? Try retracing your steps to the last place you
always do more. But if you can't, I have marked an extraction point.
Another one of those, I can sell that. I think I'm I think I'm gonna leave here because I'm not getting any argon and I'm just wasting time. Kind of wasting time. Riven. That was a Riven shard. I'm not here for Rivens. Got 2 of those though. Not here for Rivens. The only reason why I'm doing this is because I can do 2 birds with 1 stone type deal. But I don't have any Neo. Oh, I do. We'll go with this. Go with that. Well, we should be able to find us another one. Because in order to build Grendel, I believe we need 2 of these, which just is 2 of these so I can build his last part. And then we build Grendel. I've been trying to build Grendel for years. I could have bought him, but every time I thought about buying him,
the cargo until reinforcements arrive.
just never worked out.
Void fissures. You need them to open a relic, but are you confident you can withstand their fury? A fissure. Defend yourself and use reactant to open relics. The corrupted enemies are dropping reactant. Collect it to open your void relic. You are going to need more reactant if you want to open that relic. That's it. You opened the relic. Finish your mission and we'll take a look inside.
Any resource nodes. Loot bins.
Reinforcements available. Do you choose to leave now or continue fighting?
Well, that was kind of a waste. Oh. I didn't get what I wanted. We're gonna go with that. Actually, no, we need that for the other Lex Prime, so that we can build the upgrade to the Lex Prime. Go have fun. I got a lith. See if there's any liths in the void.
That's the last.
Otherwise, we're just gonna do a random mission in the void.
Let's go home.
Trying to make it extra productive, but we're failing. We are failing. Venus. Gonna do random mission in the void. No survivals, no interceptions, no defense. Terminate work. Kind of just started. Oh, and there's my Argon. Walker. Weird stuff.
There's a heavy unit approaching. Well done. Now get to extraction.
but showed an eye at it. Like an eye in sculpture. Not saying it's gone. There's an Argon up there we gotta get to. Hurry up, hurry up.
Another job well executed.
Huh. Go figure, right? Go figure. This foundry. Brindle piece. So once Grindel's done, be able to build him. I need Orkincills. You know what I haven't done in a while.
Nora's got the goods for one lucky dreamer. Who's it gonna be? That's all from me.
Before you can be rich, you must be poor. Give.
I had no idea. They haven't done this one yet. Super high level. Probably a bad idea joining it.
Tenno, be on the lookout for increased security measures. The enemy would rather destroy their data than let it get into our hands. Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Trying to go and steal your stuff, man.
Console is nearby. If you trigger the alarms now, the enemy will start destroying data.
Not easy. That's definitely not easy. Holy shit.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Tenno, I'm truly sorry for everything. I saw the truth far too late. She will never forgive me. But you will, won't you?
Once you figure it out, it's kind of a little bit easier. Oh, hell. Oh, okay. That sounded like a bad alarm. It didn't sound like a good alarm.
Excellent work. A clean extraction with no alarms. Thank you. My brother is unwell. I will burn the sickness out of him if I have to. Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching. You're still in the clear. No detection from enemy sensors.
is interception. Rough. Flash, toxic. I mean, this my ability is good for that. I can. Okay, so that one's good. I'd ultimately have to I'd have to form of this, or I'd have to change that polarization to match the velocity, which will reset this. And I don't even have one to, what you call it, to put there anyway, so just do that. We'll just swap out these, because these two are what we use the most, so that's good. Toxin's good. And we need to try to replace this and this with the new one. So it gives us quite a bit of slash. Adds puncture, but whatever. We should be able to still deal significant amount of damage, especially with the well, now that we've added it to our bow should be able to do a lot more than it was.
This facility is a communications crossroad for Narmer. Listen in. I want to know what he's telling his flock.
Do you remember, Natal? That first day, how our father lifted you screaming from the manifold. How we sang.
By myself.
Control of a tower. Dominating. Keep it up. Lost. taken a tower. You must recapture it. You have decoded the message. The remaining enemies must not report back to their command. Eliminate everyone.
I beheld a great ram, and the horns of him were crowned with soul and with Tau. And upon his tongue the Zariman flame, and the mighty demon of the void cowered before him, and he feared it not.
I have detected another message incoming. Capture and decode the signal. Tower captured. Beginning stream decode now. The enemy have captured a tower. Total control. Keep fighting. Enemy have taken a tower. You must recapture it. Tower lost. The enemy have captured a tower. control of a tower. We have successfully decoded the message. Clear the area. Messages decrypted. Fazul is not merely insane, Tenno. There is another mind at work within him.
Just admit it, Nata. You're scared to face the possibility that I'm right.
Working still. Got two. So I got 3 of them now. Oh my goodness. Showdown. Don't really know what Showdown is. It's join in progress.
Here. Strike fast, use cover, and do not let him heal. Veils are holy regalia in Fazul's eyes. They will open this gate, even if their bearer is dead. Vulnerable. Take down his flock first, then him. Tao, the owl, was solitary. He seemed to think himself above us and recognized the ram alone as an equal. To be mutilated like this, turned into a weapon, was humiliating for him.
Some of the she's like.
is down. Narmer's spine eyes have been torn out. Excellent work.
You know what changed? Me using transference. That's what changed. I popped out of transference and it changed. It blew up that thing. No way I was the only one to know that.
Who have we got on the line? Oh, yeah. Ta-ta, lovelies.
And I say, let the void bathe you in its beautiful energy. Only prosperity can follow.
Probably take a break here after I do this sortie. Take a break.
Eliminate all corpus threats. Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching. Heavy robotic signature detected. Lock and load. The enemy is broken. Well done. Now get to extraction. Mission complete. Excellent work, Tenno.
I'm gonna do this sortie and take a break. Depending on how well my school stuff goes, will depend on if the break turns into not a break and got stuff to do now. Oh, I gotta use the restroom. Guys knocked out. We played hard this morning. We did play a lot this morning.
Before you can be rich, you must be poor. Give unto the void.
This is a mobile defense mission. You must deliver payloads and defend a number of locations while I break into the network. Be prepared for heavy resistance. I can't do this without you. Terminal spotted. Upload me and prepare to defend. I'm in, Tenno. This will take a moment. Still working on it. Continue to defend. Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching. We've got robots inbound. Area completed. Move on. This will only get more difficult. Get to a terminal and prepare for enemy resistance. Here is a terminal. Get me in and get ready to defend. I'm in, Tenno. This will take a moment.
Goodness.
Still working on it. Continue to defend. Terminal hacked. Keep moving. Location reached. Drop me in and defend our position.
You mean wake you up?
I'm in, Tenno. This will take a moment. on it. Continue to defend. Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching. The odds were against us, Tenno, but we did it. Mission complete. Mission
For two.
complete. Excellent work, Tenno.
Go mess with this food.
The Void has chosen me as its prophet. A prophet of profit. Isn't that wonderful?
Before I do this sortie though, one of the things that nobody wants to talk about when it comes to doing this, doing streaming and content creation, is that, yeah, you can be entertaining. You could be a person that always talks about the topics that everybody wants to hear about, and you can do it in a way that everybody and their mom wants to hear it. But that doesn't really happen overnight. It doesn't. In a realistic sense, it doesn't happen overnight. But what it does take that helps it in its faster progression is having people that are willing to support, willing to be there, even if it's just presence. That's one of the things that nobody wants to talk about in content creation, is that unless you have some type of pre-established support system or backing when you go into this world, you're not going to be able to grow at a pace that seems practical. And most people will find themselves wanting to give up more than they'll want to continue. That's one of the things nobody wants to talk about. Oh, excuse me. How hard this actually is. now that food's done and I can actually put the conversation behind it. Reason why I say that about this is because, for instance, the person that won VTuber of the Year does fantastic work. I love his intros. Like, I've said it many times. Actually inspires me to put more back into my front end. The unfortunate thing, and what I see, and what some other people would see, would be how long it took him to do that. To realize putting his face behind a peanut what did it take for him to get there, and how many communities did he go through to get there? Even if it's one community, the same community's been with him since the beginning, and that's part of the deal. That's part of the thing. A lot of people aren't lucky enough to have the overwhelming support community that's willing to ride or die with you. And I think he himself has even said there's only like 2 people that really know who he is, like that know the face to the name. And they kind of hold it over him too. Because that's what I mean when I say this isn't easy. It's actually one of the easiest things you can do. But it's one of the hardest things to do to make a living. Being an internet personality. I'm good at some aspects, but there's a lot of things I could learn. I don't really have a community and a support structure outside of me. So I end up doing it all alone. Which, if you weren't able to start building when you were able to not have responsibility, it's not easy to do outside of that. It really is not. Because, yeah, you can take the money you make from your job, dump it into it, and then build from there. But what you're actually doing is you're burning yourself out of one work industry, only to therefore end up all of your eggs in one basket into another industry, and then you're going to end up burning yourself out in a whole new industry. Where there's a lot of people who belong in this industry who aren't given the time of day, and who were essentially just smothered out by somebody bigger. And really, bigger is a relative term, because a lot of bigger people didn't grow as an individual. They grew as a small group of people who kind of like propped one person up, or 2 people up, or 3, or a small little group. And that's essentially what happens. Very few are hardcore individuals who've built from nothing. And it's the same in the real world with regular life. It's not realistic for one person to build themselves from nothing, from 0 to 1 million or 1 billion. It's not realistic. Which is, to me, it's not like so unrealistic that I can't believe that anybody in our current time was able to do it. I just can't believe it. It's very unrealistic to go from seemingly 0 to 1 billion without some type of inherent support structure. AKA family money. And that translates all the way across the board. All the way across the board. Which is why I really, really harp on the stop putting so much faith, so much effort into supporting people who would otherwise not even look in your direction, let alone throw any support in your direction. And that there's really not any excuse for not putting support in somebody's direction, because you don't have to agree with somebody to support them. I always say it, as long as they're not out here being evil, despicable people like we have running our current world, all of it, then they do deserve your time of day. They really do. Unless you have somewhere to be, something to do, and someone to deal with right then and there, you do have the time of day. Finish our last sortie.
Looks like heavy activity ahead. They won't be bothering us anymore. Let's get out of here. There's a heavy unit approaching.
And the sortie's done.
Assassination contract complete.
Ooh, I got an iron sculpture. Nice. But we will probably be, if we do come back later on, we'll probably be doing some real life talk, real life current event news talk, see what's being said about the Epstein files, see what we can deduce and make fun of in the world that is what we live in, because it's all a joke anymore. It's all fake and gay and a joke. The people that should have been listened to for the last 20 years are still being told they're crazy and they don't know what they're talking about. Still being told you're not an expert, you don't have backing in schooling, no one's going to listen to you because you don't have backing in schooling. And to go back to the conversation I had with my brother last night on my way home, I would do the whole mockery while telling the truth, but I did that. I mean, that's what me and my friends did when we were making music. We were writing serious stuff into goofy songs, making fun of things. I did all that, but we didn't have the internet like we have now, so nobody heard it. Nobody heard anything we said. We had a small group of people that listened, but other than that, that still didn't take. Most people didn't really listen. They liked the goofy songs and the stuff that wasn't really about reality. So I'm not funny enough to be able to write real world stuff into jokes anymore. I can only make condescending remarks. I can only mock everything. That's where I'm at now. Is I don't know how to just make jokes about it. All I know how to do is talk about it, not let it get to me, and hopefully people will see what it's actually about and not just a mockery. Because it seems like no one wants to listen to what's being said, and they still want to just latch on to mockery. And while it keeps you laughing and not thinking, it's not helping. So, again, I might be